shouldn't be allowed to function. Because exactly 235 years ago this week, the Senate used its advising consent powers, and they used them for the first time. President George Washington nominated Alexander Hamilton to be the Secretary of the Treasury. The Senate confirmed him immediately. The official Senate history says minutes later, perhaps even before the messenger returned to the President's office, senators approved Hamilton unanimously. That has been the standard for more than 2 centuries. Senate Democrats have now, under Chuck Schumer, trashed this tradition of the United States Senate. Confirming even the most routine nominees is now a long and bitter fight. From Hamilton's confirmation in 1789 to Schumer's unprecedented, obstinate obstruction going on today, the Senate has gone from speed to stalemate. Prior to the Senator Schumer trying to shut down the Senate and shut down the confirmation process, routine nominees cleared the Senate chamber quickly, by voice vote, by unanimous consent, and often in groups. More than half of every president's nominees were confirmed that way until this year. 90% or more of president nominees were confirmed by voice vote or unanimous consent from the days of George Washington all the way through the presidency of Barack Obama. During President Trump's first term, Democrats cut it down to 65%. Now, during the second term, it is 0. Absolutely 0 of President Trump's nominees have been confirmed by unanimous consent or voice vote. Not a single nominee has been confirmed that way since President Trump took office almost 8 months ago. President Trump is the first president in the United States history to not have a single nominee confirmed by voice vote or unanimous consent, not one. Never happened before in the history of the United States. Maybe Chuck Schumer's proud of that. Maybe he's going to use it around with the Democrats in the far left wing of his party, who continue to be radical, extreme, dangerous, and scary and don't want this country heading in the right direction. But it's a disgrace what he has done to the United States Senate. This is the Schumer confirmation shutdown. He and the Senate Democrats are forcing the Senate to waste hundreds of legislative hours because they have filibustered each and every one of President Trump's nominees, every single one. 109 sub-cabinet nominees have been confirmed this year. Democrats filibustered every one of the 109, and that calls for 2 separate roll call votes with 2 hours in between set aside for debate. Now, of the 109 nominees, in those 2 hours that were set aside for each one of those 109, 81 of them, not a single word was spoken by the Democrats on the floor about any of them. Chuck Schumer just came to the floor and he said something. He said, these nominees are not qualified. They didn't say anything about when any of these 81 actually came to the Senate floor, when we voted through cloture and then waited 2 hours for the Democrats. They talked about other things. They didn't talk about the nominees. If they're so bad, why didn't they talk about them? The average amount of time on all of these sub-cabinet nominees spent by the Democrats, 2 minutes and 12 seconds. 81 of them, they said nothing. Only 7 of them did they talk about for more than 10 minutes. If they're so bad, why aren't they talking about them? Because these people are qualified. But they were delayed for no reason other than the Trump derangement syndrome. Each one has been confirmed after maximum amounts of time have expired. That's time that should have been spent on legislation. But no, the Democrats don't want us to be able to legislate. Is what they've done advise and consent? No. Is it congressional oversight? No. Is it serious scrutiny? No. It is obstruction on autopilot. That's what we're seeing in this body by those Democrats led by Chuck Schumer, the king of the shutdown. No president has ever faced a total shutdown of nominees like President Trump has under the Democrats and Chuck Schumer. This has resulted in a historic backlog. Today, 149 qualified, ready-to-serve nominees are still waiting to be considered here on the Senate floor, and they are stuck in Senate purgatory. Now, we know these nominees are qualified, despite what Senator Schumer said on this floor just a couple of minutes ago. How do I know they're qualified? Well, the FBI has vetted each and every one of them. The Office of Government Ethics has reviewed each and every one of them. The Senate committees who held hearings heard from all of these nominees, and they were all voted successfully out of committee. And let me just point out to Chuck Schumer that over half of them earned bipartisan support, with Democrats voting for them in the committee. Yet here on the Senate floor, Senate Democrats are stonewalling their consideration. And, Mr. President, there's still more than 800 nominees and nominations and positions in our government that still need to be filled. So this week, Senate Republicans are going to restore these long-standing traditions of the Senate to get back to the way the Senate is supposed to work. Nominees who have been successfully approved by Senate committees will now be considered and confirmed in groups. This is keeping with the long-standing traditions of how this body operates. The Republican plan is similar to one that was proposed by Senators Cloture and King in 2023. At the time, they said that they were facing obstruction. 62% of Joe Biden's nominees had been confirmed by unanimous consent or voice vote. So this updated process applies only to the routine executive branch positions. This is pretty simple. We're talking about positions like deputy secretaries, assistant secretaries, deputy assistant secretaries, ambassadors, hundreds more. These are the positions that in the past have never required a roll call vote on the floor of the United States Senate. America needs these men and women working, not stuck in some procedural traffic jam. The process of cabinet level and judicial nominees remains the same. They're going to continue to come to the floor individually for debate, discussion, and vote. These rule changes will get the Senate working again, doing the business of the American people. 8 months now into President Trump's second term, only 12% of President Trump's team is in place. Now remember, modern presidents have over 1,000 positions to be filled. At this pace, it would take over 1,000 additional hours of Senate time on the floor to fill them. No Senate, Democrat or Republican, has ever operated this way. No president, Democrat or Republican, can govern efficiently under the current abuse by the Democrats. The Schumer confirmation shutdown leaves critical jobs unfilled in our government. That weakens our economy. It undermines our international diplomacy. It jeopardizes our safety. It disrespects the will of the voters. This rules update will clear this backlog of nominees, and it will allow us to scrutinize nominees effectively and confirm qualified nominees efficiently. Committees are still going to hold hearings. They'll still question the nominees. There'll still be all of the background work, and then the FBI checks will still be done. The Office of Government Ethics will still review the conflicts. None of that changes. What changes is this pointless partisan delay right here on the Senate floor. What we are doing today is restoring the Senate's constitutional responsibility. That responsibility is advising consent, not stall and delay. President Trump was elected to get America back on track. He deserves to have his team on the job, and so do the American people. Senate Republicans are committed to make the Senate work again, just as it has for every president up until now. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor. Just the absence of a quorum.
Roll.
Ms. Alsor-Brooks.
President.
Minority Whip.
Are we in a quorum call?
We are.
Ask unanimous consent to be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, it's been my honor and one of the highlights of my Senate career to watch the restoration of democracy in the Baltic states of Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. I've said on the floor many times with real pride, my mother was born in Lithuania, and she was an immigrant to this country at the age of 2. She never made it back to her home country where she was born, but I did, even to the town where she was baptized and raised before she came to the United States. It's been quite a journey. In 1978 or 79, I visited what was then a Soviet Socialist Republic of Lithuania. And I'm still struck by the images which were so common there. The gray Soviet approach to things, both physical and otherwise, and the belief that these poor people were under the subjugation of Moscow at a time when they deserved independence. And then to have served in the House of Representatives and again in the Senate and watched the evolution of Lithuania as well as Latvia and Estonia as democratic countries. Then the amazing development where they became part of NATO and part of the European Union and became Western viewing nations and equal partners with other countries in Europe when it came to security and democracy. It's remarkable. And yet I'm not naive. I know these are small countries and they would be easily overwhelmed by Russia if that were their Russian ambition. So I've tried over the years to maintain the strong relationship between the Baltic states and NATO and also the strong relationship with the United States and these 3 Baltic nations. One of the things that I've worked on for a number of years is known as the Baltic Security Initiative. It's an investment by the United States of several $million in the training of troops in the Baltic states so that they're prepared if they're brought into any conflict. It's a modest investment. They have shown their good faith on their side by maintaining strong support for NATO and contributions to it. But the Baltic Security Initiative is an incentive for them to continue along those lines. As I said, I'm not naive about this situation. Being part of NATO means that our alliance will stand by them if they are ever invaded by another country. I hope that never happens, but if it does, it means that NATO is there. They cannot go it alone, but they certainly have shown they're prepared to do their part to demonstrate their commitment to democracy and the values the United States shares. We are now considering the National Defense Authorization Bill. It's an important piece of legislation which we every year take seriously and pass, and I hope we do this time as well. I have offered amendments that would strengthen our alliances and my bipartisan amendment to authorize the Baltic Security Initiative. Since I created the program by including it in the fiscal year 21 appropriation bill, this initiative has provided millions of dollars in dedicated security assistance to Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. These important NATO allies are on the front lines against Russian aggression. They have a long history of experiencing Russian tyranny, and I firmly believe they've also been targets of Putin if they were not members of NATO. There are some of the top NATO members in terms of military expenditure as a percentage of GDP, something President Trump has rightfully urged. I have visited bases in Lithuania where American and other NATO allies are working closely to deter Russian aggression. Yet, despite the clear success of this program, we recently learned the Trump administration announced last week that it intends to suspend the European security programs, including the Baltic Security Initiative. That would be music to the ears of Vladimir Putin, and it sends a dangerous signal as Putin continues to attack Ukraine, and despite assurances from President Trump that he wanted to end the war in Ukraine on his first day in office. As I mentioned, I'm the son of a Lithuanian immigrant. My mother's family knew she could depend on the United States and all it stood for when they gave up their home in Lithuania and came to this country. We should not allow the president to unilaterally threaten our alliance that has been carefully threaded over decades and decades. I am grateful to the senior senator from Iowa, Senator Grassley, for joining me on the amendment which I'm going to offer on the Baltic Security Initiative. I urge my colleagues to join us. I'm reaching out to colleagues on both sides of the aisle and ask them to stand with me for the Baltics, to make it clear to Putin this is not going to be easy picking for him in the future. They are part of the NATO alliance and a worthy part as well. We should continue our support, and I hope the Baltic Security Initiative is an indication of that. I urge colleagues on both sides of the aisle to join us in this bipartisan effort to support the Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia. I yield the floor.
Senator from Mississippi.
First, I ask unanimous consent that the following senators be permitted to speak prior to the scheduled roll call vote. Wicker for up to 10 minutes, Reed for up to 15 minutes, Cotton for up to 5 minutes, and Tuberville for up to 10 minutes.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. And now let me say I come to the floor today to join with President Trump and with a bipartisan majority of my colleagues in the Senate, calling for another tougher round of sanctions against Russia and its war machine. For the past 8 months, President Trump and President Zelensky have extended the hand of peace. Ukraine is committed to a ceasefire. President Trump has sat down personally with Vladimir Putin on U.S. soil. In response, President Putin has mocked the peace process by repeatedly escalating his attacks on the free people of Ukraine. And he's doing so even as we speak. Over the weekend, Russia launched its largest aerial attack of the war. Putin rained over 800 Iranian-designed drones and missiles down on cities across Ukraine, including the capital, Kyiv. For the first time, Russia damaged Ukraine's main government building, where the cabinet of ministers meets. The burning building symbolizes Putin's ultimate prize. His dictatorship seeks to take down Ukraine's democratically elected government. On Sunday, President Trump said he's ready to increase the economic pressure against Russia. I agree. So does commentator Mark Levin, an experienced political writer and analyst and a prominent advocate for President Trump and his agenda. After the attack, Mr. Levin put it well when he said, "It's time to unleash an economic barrage against Putin and sell NATO what Ukraine needs to slam back." I say, amen. Do not tolerate Putin's lies and games any longer. President Trump has given Vladimir Putin every chance to show who he is. And time and again, Putin has shown himself to be a war criminal. Economic and military punishment is all Putin understands, and it's all he deserves. Here's a brief refresher, Mr. President. In February, Vladimir Putin marked the 3rd anniversary of his invasion by launching what was then the largest drone strike of the war. The next month, Ukraine agreed to a ceasefire, even though Ukraine is the one being invaded. The episode previewed a pattern that has continued ever since. Ukraine shows its intention for peace and security, and Putin always escalates his unprovoked attacks. In March, Russia launched drones and ballistic missiles into a residential neighborhood in President Zelensky's hometown. Putin fired cluster munitions into the city, sending shrapnel in, where did he send it? Into restaurants, homes, a children's playground. He killed 9 children in that strike. And once again, the world saw Vladimir Putin escalate, targeting a non-military town, because that's where President Zelensky is from. The actions of a war criminal who should be in prison. In the following months of this year, Presidents Trump and Zelensky remained committed to peace. But then in May, Putin launched 273 drones against Ukraine. It was a new record, but he broke that even evil benchmark a few days later in the largest combined drone and missile attack of the war so far. He launched 367 aerial weapons against Ukraine. Once again, the world saw Putin escalate, proving to be a war criminal. Amid the brutality, Vladimir Putin has played games with peace talks. We've all seen it. With one hand, he signals interest in negotiations. With another, he lobs bombs and kills civilians. In early July of this year, he once again upped the ante. He sent 728 drones and 13 missiles to Ukraine, making clear his evil intention. Once again, the world saw Putin escalate, proving to be, again, a war criminal. At this point, I need to mention that those attacks are making little progress for the invading Russians. That's a strong testament to the will and resolve of the Ukrainian people and military who are simply defending their own country, their own soil, and doing so admirably. In the aftermath of this attack in July, President Trump made the correct assessment that Vladimir Putin talks nice and then he bombs everybody. Those are President Trump's words, and I congratulate him on that observation. The barrage prompted President Trump to work with NATO to supply Ukraine with more arms. He also gave Russia a deadline to pursue peace. And just this weekend, the world saw the war criminal escalate again. He dropped more than 800 Russian drones onto civilians, neighborhoods, and government buildings. Vladimir Putin sent an unambiguous message. He is not interested in peace. He is interested in conquering Ukraine, and he won't stop there. As if this weekend's attacks were not clear enough, a sign of his intentions, Putin continued his brutality just this morning. Just this morning, Mr. President. He launched a glide missile into a village, killing at least 24 Ukrainians who had lined up to receive their pension payments. Nearly 24 more were wounded, and the statistics are still coming in. Just last week, Russia struck another hospital, this time in Donetsk, killing 2 people and damaging medical facilities. I could go on with more examples, but it's worth stopping here to again make the point that former Secretary Mike Pompeo made in an interview just this morning with Brian Kilmeade on Fox News. The first is that there's very little military objective to strikes like these. 24 innocents killed is a tragedy, but it's not a resounding military success. That's because Putin has not and cannot make very many resounding military successes. The second is that Putin clearly has no intention to stop. This morning, former Secretary Pompeo, a distinguished former member of President Trump's cabinet, said Vladimir Putin has zero interest in any negotiated solution. Zero interest. He's going to stay at this until there is an enormous cost imposed on him, and I think that's what the President of the United States was saying just a day or so ago. In other words, there's no reason to believe that Putin wants anything less than to take the country of Ukraine successfully, and he will not stop until he's forced to stop. The Kremlin is projecting confidence at home, but that confidence is a sham. This morning, a Moscow newspaper was honest enough to say, quote, "The Kremlin believes Russia is slowly but surely achieving its goals in Ukraine." I disagree with that, by the way, Mr. President. To continue the quote, so Moscow doesn't intend to stop or feel any desire for half-hearted solutions and half-baked compromises, unquote. could there be any doubt that this is a true statement? They have a fake confidence, but they have no intention of stopping. Mr. Putin is regularly shutting down internet access for Russian citizens. So they won't know what's going on in the war, so they won't know how slowly they're moving, allowing only approved sites that do not allow the truth to come through. This is Russian totalitarianism at its best, or worst. Putin hopes to project enough confidence at home to sustain the war effort and wear Ukraine down. Abroad, he hopes to wait out the West with fake peace talks while he continues pummeling Ukraine with missiles and drones of death. And where does Putin's reign of fire come from? It comes from Russia's war machine, which produces what seems to be an endless supply of deadly drones, but it does not have to be endless. Today, Russia barely has the economic capacity to continue bombarding Ukraine, barely. But now, at last, President Trump has indicated he is willing to cut off that capacity. Again, I say amen. We must be willing to cut it off. And again, a huge bipartisan majority of senators have said this. Russia's friends are only encouraging his villainy. China is buying and selling with Russia, enabling its war machine. North Korea sent its own troops to assist Russia's soldiers on the battlefield. Iran designs and supplies weapons. That is a troubling axis of aggressors. In the face of such malicious collaboration, we must use every available tool to increase pressure on Putin's war machine. Extending the hand of peace has not worked with this dictator because this dictator is not interested in peace. He will respond only to strength. He will act only if his war machine begins running out of funds, and we can help accomplish that. The United States Senate has shown broad support for increasing Russian sanctions. 84 senators have signed on to a tough sanctions bill that can help us bankrupt Putin's war machine. I'm ready to work with my colleagues and the president to put real costs on Putin for these war crimes. I congratulate the President of the United States for his strong statement this weekend. As Mark Levin said, let us unleash an economic barrage against Putin. Well said. Let's do it today. And I yield the floor. Note the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Mr. President.
Senator from Rhode Island.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. Last week, Mr. President, I would ask unanimous consent to dispense with the calling of the roll.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last week, President Trump gave 2 orders to the U.S. military that were astonishing, even by this administration's standards. First, he ordered the Department of Defense to be renamed the Department of War, a political theater exercise designed to sound tough while distracting from the real issues facing the nation. Second, he ordered a military strike on a speedboat operating in the Caribbean, reportedly killing 11 people on board. In response to the attack, Venezuela has placed its military on high alert, and we are one miscalculation away from a shooting war that no one in this chamber has authorized. Rather than rebranding itself, the Pentagon should be providing to Congress and the public answers. For example, the intelligence that justified that strike on the vessel, the legal authority the president relied upon, and an assurance that we're not drifting toward another undeclared war. The Department of Defense was named after World War II for a reason. It was a deliberate statement from America's military that we are not a tool of conquest, but a shield designed to deter aggression, defend the Constitution, and keep the peace. Reverting to the old name would not make us safer. It would send exactly the wrong message to the world at a time when tensions are already dangerously high. Changing the name of the Department of Defense will not improve military readiness. It will not strengthen deterrence. It will not prevent a single conflict. What it will do is signal to the world that America is abandoning its role as a stabilizing force and embracing a posture of quasi, indeed, even real permanent warfare. And I'm deeply concerned about the president's military actions in the Caribbean, which were taken without congressional authorization, without clear legal justification, and without any evidence presented that it was necessary to protect the United States or its forces from an immediate threat. Now, nearly a week after the operation and amid threats of additional actions, the administration is just beginning to brief Congress on these issues. I want to be very clear. We all share a commitment to protecting the American people from transnational criminal organizations. Cartels are violent and dangerous, and they cannot be allowed to traffic across our borders. But we cannot allow that Homeland Security mission to become a blank check for war, for military action directed at civilians. We cannot let one man's impulsive decision-making entangle this nation in another conflict we neither need, nor want, nor can afford. Last week's strike was no minor confrontation. This was a deliberate, lethal use of American military power. Press reports suggest that the operation was carried out by an attack helicopter or an MQ-9 Reaper drone. Neither of those platforms are typically deployed to warn a vessel to stop. Those aircraft are designed for precision strikes. There is no evidence, none, that this strike was conducted in self-defense. That matters because under both domestic and international law, the United States military simply does not have the authority to use lethal force against a civilian vessel unless acting in self-defense. At most, and only in extraordinary circumstances, warning shots or disabling fire might be used to halt the vessel posing an imminent threat. That is the standard rule of engagement for U.S. forces worldwide, and there are no indications that U.S. forces attempted to stop, board, or even contact the vessel in question. Lethal force, particularly force that kills nearly a dozen people, is reserved for moments when there is no other option existing, when the safety of U.S. personnel or vital interest is immediately at stake. No such case has been made here. The Trump administration has offered no proof that this vessel was engaged in an attack or even that it was engaged in drug trafficking at the time. They have offered no positive identification that the boat was Venezuelan, nor that its crew members were members of Tren de Aragua or any other cartel. And even if we believe their unsupported assertions, that does not change the legal calculus. Our armed forces are not law enforcement agencies. They are not empowered to hunt down suspected criminals and then kill them without trial. The Department of Defense's own senior leadership, including the Acting Assistant Secretary of Defense for Special Operations and Low-Intensity Conflict, has testified before the Armed Services Committee that the mere designation of a cartel as a, quote, foreign terrorist organization, close quote, does not confer any new authority to use military force. And that's the administration speaking publicly. So let us be candid about what this means. 11 people were killed without any apparent justification other than the word of President Trump. If there is evidence that these people were indeed cartel members trafficking drugs, it needs to be made public immediately. I would point out that the U.S. military monitors maritime drug movements in this region on a daily basis. For weeks, perhaps months, surveillance aircraft and other sensors have been tracking cartel operations in the Caribbean. This strike, therefore, was not a snap decision made in the heat of the moment. It appears, frankly, quite premeditated, and it was carried out, in my view, without the legal authority to do so. Congress received a notification from the White House on September 3rd, citing a number of reasons for the attack and claiming that the president acted under his Article 2 authority. But Article 2 is not a blank check. The president is the commander-in-chief, but Congress retains the sole power to declare war under Article 1, Section 8 of the Constitution. The War Powers Resolution exists precisely to prevent unilateral military actions like this from dragging our country into undeclared wars. The law is also clear that any change to the legal and policy frameworks governing the use of military force must be reported to Congress within 30 days. The administration submitted its annual review in February. If President Trump issued a new order on August 8th authorizing the use of force in these circumstances, as has been reported, then Congress should have received immediate notification, and we have not. Section 1067 of the fiscal year 2025 National Defense Authorization Act further requires notification of any changes to an executive order or exord. Lastly, Section 138 of Title 10 of the United States Code requires a detailed justification for and description of military operations involving lethal force. The department submitted a 130F notification to Congress, but its contents were entirely insufficient and inconsistent with the level of detail that is normally provided in such a report. This is a direct challenge to the separation of powers. If we allow this to stand, then Congress will have effectively ceded its war powers to the executive branch. We'll have surrendered the authorities the framers of the Constitution vested in us, the representatives of the people, to decide when this nation goes to war. And we also must reckon with the risk of escalation. Venezuela has already placed its military on high alert. President Maduro's regime has accused the United States of aggression. If they retaliate, perhaps by firing on our surveillance aircraft or other naval vessels in the region, or by responding in kind against U.S. civilians, the Trump administration has already stated that it will respond with more force. And then we were on a path toward a shooting war with a foreign nation, a war that no one in this chamber has authorized and that the American people have not been consulted about. We have seen this pattern before. Time and again, this president has tested the limits of executive authority. He has unilaterally ordered major U.S. military operations in Iran and Yemen and has refused to answer to Congress about these strikes. Right now, more than 2,000 National Guard troops are deployed on the streets of Washington, and earlier this summer, more than 4,000 National Guardsmen and Marines were deployed in Los Angeles. Each time, we have seen the slow erosion of congressional oversight. Each time, we have seen the creeping normalization of unilateral military action. And each time, we have inched closer to a world in which the decision to wage war or to use the military to enforce the law is made by one person alone. That is not the system our founders designed. James Madison wrote that, quote, "The Constitution supposes what the history of all governments demonstrates, that the executive is the branch of power most interested in war and most prone to it. It has accordingly, with studied care, vested the question of war in the legislature." And we forget those words at our peril. This chamber must act immediately. Members of Congress must receive a full briefing from the administration, including the intelligence that supposedly justified the strike, the legal analysis authorizing it, and a copy of any presidential order that purportedly expanded the use of force authorities. If that order exists, it must be scrutinized publicly. If the president has exceeded his authority, then this body must consider all remedies available, including legislative action to limit the use of funds for further unauthorized military operations. We cannot allow the United States to slide into another mindless conflict. We cannot risk the lives of American service members based on secret orders and dubious legal theories. We owe it to the American people, to our Constitution, and the world to stand for the rule of law. We took an oath here, all of us, not to obey the president, but to support and defend the Constitution of the United States, which is being threatened right now. We also, as senators, have the responsibility to protect the congressional powers inherent in the Constitution, not to simply surrender them to the president because of political expediency. Let us reassert Congress's role. Let us demand accountability. And let us ensure that this nation does not stumble into war by the reckless act of a single man. With that, Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Senator from Alabama.
Mr. President, what the American people saw last week in the Finance Committee with Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. was not a hearing on oversight. It was a dog pile by politicians who are scared to death of questioning the status quo. It was Washington at its worst, a full-on blitz against one man for the simple crime of telling the truth and refusing to play ball with the swamp. Now, I spent 40 years in coaching before I got into this clown show. I know what it looks like when a player gets piled on. I know what it looks like when the referees refuse to call a fair game. And I know what it looks like when the other team tries to run up the score. That's exactly what we saw last week, a coordinated deep state hit job on Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. I have absolutely no idea what my colleagues have against RFK Jr. Surely they don't disagree with his efforts to make America healthy again. But there's one thing I know for sure. RFK, after that hearing, is not working for the swamp. He's fighting for the American people, people all over this country. I've personally seen him come close to tears while talking about his passion for ending the chronic disease epidemic in this country. What's wrong with that? As a proud grandfather to Rosie Grace, I am so grateful to have someone who is so passionate about helping our young people live longer, healthier lives, leading Health and Human Services. I'm excited. He's working for moms and dads across this country and my state of Alabama who are sick and tired of being lied to by the so-called experts in this country. And when you're playing for the people and are willing to take on the system, you're going to take some hard hits. We've all seen that. Just ask President Trump. He took a bullet for the exact same reason, a bullet. Though it didn't come in form of a bullet, RFK Jr. sure got hit by real hard last week by the deep state. But instead of folding, RFK Jr. stood his ground. He got back up after every hit and responded with the truth and facts. That's toughness. That's leadership. And that's why President Trump picked him for the role. Now, Democrats came into that hearing ready to throw every flag they could in an attempt to get 20 seconds of fame on their social media. Senator Wyden opened up with personal attack, calling RFK's resignation. Senator Warnock piled on, calling him a hazard to public health. Senator Warren tried to run a trick play, twisting his words to paint him as dishonest. And Senator Sanders just couldn't stomach the fact that someone finally said out loud what everybody already knows. For years, Big Pharma money has corrupted politicians and our medical institutions. Big Pharma is quietly calling way too many of the plays here in D.C. These weren't questions. They weren't oversight. They were cheap shots. And I was particularly disappointed because several of my Republican colleagues joined in on this fiasco. Something I've learned is when you challenge the status quo, you find out real quick who's willing to stand with you and who's just concerned with getting reelected. You might be asking, what has RFK Jr. done to receive all this wrath from my colleagues? It's because he has dared to bring accountability to our health-related government agencies. He's asking questions as is daring to challenge the status quo. There's a lot of misinformation being spread by Democrats about RFK's position on vaccines. I've never seen anything like it. The Department of Health and Human Services is not, and I repeat, not banning vaccines. RFK is simply directing the department to look into some of the potential long-term effects of anything that we are putting into our bodies. As far as I'm concerned, that's a great thing. It's long overdue. He's also restoring sanity by getting rid of woke bureaucrats at the CDC, an agency that lost the trust of the American people during COVID. And I know a lot of my colleagues have been hyper-focused on the CDC director being fired, and they obviously weren't there, and I wasn't either. But according to RFK Jr., he asked the CDC director point blank, "Are you a trustworthy person?" And she said no. You know, I owned a small business one time, and if one of my employees had told me that, I would immediately fire him the same way he did. He's calling out the deep state, and that's why they're after him. The same CDC bureaucrats who told us to follow the science during COVID, the ones that shut down our schools, they shut down our churches, they told us endless vaccines would stop the spread of COVID, despite the fact that the vaccine was not proven to do anything to stop transmission of the virus. In other words, they lied to us. Meanwhile, liquor stores and abortion clinics were allowed to stay open. And let's not forget the violent BLM riots that broke out in blue cities across the country during the summer of 2020. What a joke. The so-called health experts failed America. And in doing so, they revealed the only thing that they really care about is power and control. That's a scary place to be. And now, they want to lecture RFK Jr. about science. He has dedicated his entire career to this subject. That's like a coach who never stepped on the field trying to tell me how to run a football program. It's laughable, and we got a lot of people that should be laughed at. Let me tell you, the CDC, from top to bottom, needs to be cleaned out. That agency was supposed to protect us from 2020 till the end of COVID. Instead, it became a political mouthpiece. It censored doctors, nurses. It worked with big tech to shut down free speech, and people lost their lives because of the CDC, lost their lives. And when RFK Jr. fired some of those folks, this town acted like the sky was falling. They needed to be fired because the swamp protects its own. That's why they went crazy. But thank goodness he hasn't stopped there. Secretary Kennedy has already delivered results. He worked with me and the Maha Caucus to push the FDA to finally ban red dye, number 3, a dangerous chemical that was banned from cosmetics. Banned from cosmetics because they found it causes cancer. Well, what do? We left it in our food. Now that makes a lot of sense. We left it in our kids' food and the food that we eat every day, but they couldn't put it in cosmetics. There's no common sense there. But RFK Jr. is fighting for families. Another major problem, he's cracking down on the revolving door between NIH, the CDC, and Big Pharma. It's corrupt and it's wrong. He's focused not only on preventing diseases, but he's helping people live longer lives. Under his leadership, HHS is focused on increasing access to healthy, affordable, nutrient-dense foods instead of just pumping more drugs into sick people. These are real wins for the American people. And yet, what does he get in return? Attacks and smears. RFK Jr. told the truth last week when he said, "We are the sickest country in the world." He's exactly right. He goes by facts, not by the so-called science. Despite spending more on health care than anybody else, we're leading in obesity, diabetes, cancer, and mental health problems. Don't believe me? Then explain why you can go to Italy and eat nothing but bread and pizza and pasta for a week and not gain a pound. It's because all the chemicals and toxins that we have here in our food in the United States that we get obese. That's not winning, that's losing. And you don't fix a losing team by running the same plays over and over. You fix it by changing the culture. You fix it by changing the accountability. Put people accountable for what they do. You demand results. That's what RFK Jr. is doing. He's also daring to ask questions which apparently isn't allowed in the deep state here. Common sense questions like, why are American kids required to get dozens more vaccines than we did when we were all growing up? We've gone from a few to almost 100. And yet, by every metric, we are sicker as a country. 6 out of 10 Americans have a chronic disease in this country. 6 out of 10, most of us. And yet, our food is filled with chemicals and things that other countries won't even allow. That's why we have these diseases. Why are we protecting Big Pharma's bottom line while our families are getting sicker? These are fair questions, and questions we should be asking if we actually care about the people we represent. But in this town, asking fair questions, you get labeled dangerous, anti-science, and conspiracy theorist. RFK Jr. is not your typical politician. He's blunt. He's not very comfortable around people. He doesn't toe the line, and that's exactly what the doctor ordered, because if all of you do is follow the deep state's demands, what happens up here, you never get the change in this country that we desperately need. Sometimes you got to call out the mistakes, push harder for answers, and not be afraid to shake things up. That's how you build a winning team. That's what RFK Jr. is doing. He's not playing it safe, and he's getting real results. Since RFK took over at HHS, companies like Hershey, Kraft Pepsi, Steak and Shake, and In-N-Out Burger have made meaningful changes to their ingredients. He's delivering major wins, and the swamp can't stand it because they can't control him. That's what happens up here. They want to have control. But let's not forget, the American people are watching. 77 million Americans voted for President Trump and his agenda. That's the most votes a Republican running for president has ever received. And President Trump campaigned on making America healthy again, along with RFK Jr. Now, if some of my colleagues want to keep running defense for Big Pharma, that's their choice. But I didn't come to Washington to protect the swamp. I came here to fight for the great state of Alabama and the people across this country, for the parents trying to raise healthy kids, and for families who have felt lied to by their government, for the hardworking folks who lost their jobs simply because they chose not to take the COVID vaccine. I'm proud to stand shoulder to shoulder with RFK Jr. He's not perfect, none of us are, but he's in the fight for the right reasons. He's fighting for accountability, transparency, and for the health and freedom of the American people. And that's a team I'm proud to be on. I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
Senator from Arkansas.
when a criminal is convicted of a crime and locked away in prison, you'd think that that would put a stop to their illicit activity. But sadly, in too many tragic cases, criminals just continue their wicked ways behind bars. That's because tens of thousands of contraband cell phones are smuggled into and throughout prisons, enabling convicted criminals to carry on with their criminal business as usual from behind bars. Contraband cell phones in prisons pose a severe threat to public safety. After all, these convicted criminals aren't using cell phones to order takeout, check the weather, or watch NFL highlights. No, they use contraband cell phones to order hits on criminal rivals, to traffic drugs, and to run extortion schemes. Convicted criminals who are sitting in a prison cell shouldn't be able to endanger correctional officers, members of law enforcement, and innocent Americans outside of prisons by using contraband cell phones. If we opt to stand idly by, we might as well hand these criminals the keys to their prison cells. That's why I've introduced, again, the Cell Phone Jamming Reform Act to allow state and federal correctional facilities to use targeted cell phone jamming equipment in prison housing facilities. The key word here is targeted. The technology is so precise that it does not interrupt with the regular communications of law enforcement or emergency first responders in the vicinity. However, there are more than one way to skin a cat, and at the end of the day, I simply care about delivering results for every Arkansan. That's why I'm proud to support President Trump in his efforts to bring back law and order to neighborhoods and communities across our country. I applaud the Trump administration's effort to crack down on crime, and specifically the Federal Communications Commission Chairman Brendan Carr's announcement that the FCC will vote on a proposal allowing prisons to jam contraband cell phones for the first time. As I'm sure many of my Republican colleagues and friends would agree, this action is both a welcome step forward and a long overdue development. For years, I repeatedly have urged Democrats to take action, but they didn't, instead prioritizing and coddling criminals as usual. Consider that in the final hours of the Biden presidency, Joe Biden commuted the sentences of nearly 1,500 convicted criminals, robbing hundreds of thousands of victims of the closure and justice they deserved. To be clear, these were not sympathetic figures. These were criminals such as a drug dealer responsible for killing a relapsing addict, a fraudster who stole millions of dollars intended for hungry Arkansas kids in low-income families, and the so-called Cash for Kids judge who accepted kickbacks in exchange for his role in sending thousands of children to private detention centers. Sadly, that's not all. Last year, just 2 days before Christmas, Joe Biden announced he was commuting the death sentences of 37 depraved rapists and murderers. While we still don't know how many of these pardons were signed by Joe Biden and how many were signed by his radical aides using his auto pen, this is a reminder that unfortunately the Democratic Party is the party of soft on crime. As further evidence of this, consider the so-called George Floyd Justice in Policing Act, which would have handcuffed law enforcement instead of dangerous criminals. Further, consider that every single Soros prosecutor is a Democrat. Finally, consider that the jurisdictions with the worst crimes at the local level are all controlled by Democrats. Now, you may have heard some Democrats argue that cities with the highest homicide rates are in Republican states. But look a little closer. In almost every case, those cities, like Jackson, Mississippi, Birmingham, Alabama, and St. Louis, Missouri, are run by Democrats. Additionally, look at the Democratic-led Charlotte, North Carolina. Just last month, an innocent 23-year-old Ukrainian refugee was heinously murdered by a crazed career criminal while riding a light rail train. Thanks in part to the soft-on-crime policies of liberal former Governor Roy Cooper, this deranged murderer had been arrested 14 times, had been convicted of crimes including robbery with a dangerous weapon, and had assaulted his own sister. Yet he was still allowed to walk free and take the life of Irina Zarutska. I want to extend my condolences to her family and loved ones and assure them that we will pursue justice in her tragic case. President Trump and Republicans are working on behalf of innocent individuals like Irina who have a right to be safe and secure in their homes, neighborhoods, and communities. Compare Charlotte to Washington, D.C., where more than 1,900 arrests have been made and more than 200 illegal guns have been seized since President Trump deployed the National Guard and federal law enforcement last month. While the Democratic D.C. mayor admitted that President Trump's strategy is working, other Democrat leaders in places like Chicago and Baltimore are resisting assistance and putting up a big stink. But let me remind everyone that Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson and Baltimore Mayor Brandon Scott aren't the ones riding public transportation alone after a long day at work like Irina Zarutska. They aren't the ones clutching a bottle of pepper spray in their pocket as they wait for a bus to arrive at a stop on an empty street. And they don't have to worry that their briefcase or purse will be ripped away from them as they walk to their car in a parking garage. I'd bet that many of the 81% of Americans who see crime as a major problem in large cities worry about some of these very real threats in their day-to-day lives. So I'd invite the Democrats to wise up and join us on the right side of this issue, fighting crime and standing up for innocent Americans. I'm pleased to stand with President Trump and my Republican colleagues to crack down on crime and ensure that every law-abiding American can live in safety, security, and freedom. I ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call with respect to the law nomination.
Without objection. Question occurs on the nomination. Is there sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Brasso. Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Mastel, I got you, Senator. Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Cassidy, Cotton, Crapo, Curtis, Haggerty, Hoven, Lee, Ricketts, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Sheehy, Tuberville, Wicker. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Senators voting in negative: also Brooks, Cantwell, Gallego, Hassan, Heinrich, Lujan, Merkley, Rosen, Schatz, Schiff, and Schumer. Ms. Smith, no. Ms. Baldwin, no. Ms. Warren, no. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Reed, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Padilla, no. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Moreno, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Peters, no. Mr. Tillis, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Ossoff, no. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Welch, no. Mrs. Shaheen, no. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Paul, aye. Mrs. Hyde Smith, aye. Mr. Husted, Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Ms. Duckworth, no. Mr. Marshall, aye. Mr. King, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Sanders, no. Mrs. Capito. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Fetterman. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Thune, aye. Mrs. Moody, Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 52, the nays are 45, and the nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's actions. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Robert Law of the District of Columbia to be Undersecretary for Strategy, Policy, and Plans, Department of Homeland Security, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Robert Law of the District of Columbia to be the Undersecretary for Strategy, Policy, and Plans, Department of Homeland Security, shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms.
Grassley, aye.
Thank you. Paul, Scott, Polly, you're an aye. Give me 1 second. Scott, Polly, thank you. Thank you. Mrs. Moody, you're an aye. I got you. I got you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis. Thank you. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham. Thanks. Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, thank you. Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, thank you. Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Cassidy, Cotton, Kramer, Curtis, Graham, Grassley, Hawley, Husted, Johnson, Justice, Langford, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Mullen, Paul, Rounds, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, and Young. Mr. Wicker, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. It is. Thank you. Senators voting in the negative: Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt Rochester, Budd, Cantwell, Durbin, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Heinrich, Kim, Murray, Peters, Reed, Sanders, and Shaheen. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Kennedy? Aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Lee, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Marino, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Merkley, no. Hold on a second. Mr. Schatz, no. Mr. Booker, no.
Mr. Tuberville, aye. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. Padilla, no. Ms. Murkowski, Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Murphy, Mr. Murphy, no. Mrs. Capito, Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Ms. Smith, no. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Kane, no. Ms. Slotkin, no. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Coons, no. Ms. Brooks, no. Mr. Welch, no. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Schumer, Mr. Schumer, no. Ms. Baldwin, Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. King, no. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Deans. Mr. Deans, aye. Ms. Ernst. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, aye.
The ayes are 51, the nays are 46. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, Department of Homeland Security, Robert Law of the District of Columbia, to be Undersecretary for Strategy, Policy, and Plans, Department of Homeland Security.
Under the previous order, the Senate stands in recess until 2:15 p.m.
Tardiness today. Thanks for being here. Another packed room. It's good to see. We'll begin with a scheduling update today. President Trump will commemorate the 24th anniversary of 9/11 on Thursday with a visit to the Pentagon Memorial in the morning, followed by an appearance at the New York Yankees game at Yankee Stadium in the Bronx on Thursday evening. Next week, as you all know, the President and the First Lady will depart for their historic state visit to the United Kingdom on Tuesday, and they return to Washington on Thursday. Today, I would like to address the tragedy that has not received nearly enough media attention, the brutal murder of Irina Zarutska. Here are the facts that many outlets have shamefully and intentionally failed to report until President Trump drew attention to it. On August 22nd, Irina Zarutska was stabbed to death on the rail system in Charlotte, North Carolina by a savage career criminal. This is a public transportation system that many in the area use every single day to go to school and work. Irina was on the train that night traveling home from her job at a pizzeria, still in uniform from her shift. This beautiful, innocent 23-year-old young woman was a Ukrainian refugee who had recently fled her country for a chance at a safer life and a promising new beginning here in the United States of America. But tragically, a public transportation system in a major American city was more dangerous than the active war zone that she left. The president and the entire White House are praying for her family and friends during this unimaginably difficult time. But while we extend our thoughts and prayers, we must also seek justice for this crime and call attention to this heinous incident. Surveillance video of the killing was finally released to the public this past Friday. It shows the alleged killer, DeCarlos Brown Jr., pull out a knife, get up from his seat behind Irina, and prepare to thrust a blade into her neck before the released footage gets cut. This is pure evil on full display. The most enraging and unacceptable part of this story is that her death was entirely preventable. DeCarlos Brown never should have been on that train that night. In fact, he should have been behind bars. DeCarlos Brown has been charged with crimes no fewer than 14 times, dating back to 2011, including for armed robbery, felony larceny, breaking and entering, and shoplifting. Brown had previously served 5 years in prison for a robbery with a deadly weapon charge, and he had also forfeited bonds 3 different times, twice in 2014 and once in 2023. Despite all of this past documented criminal history, when Brown was arrested yet again in January of this past year, a Democrat judge, who I will add was a strong supporter of former Vice President Kamala Harris, released this insane criminal once again without requiring him to pay any bail. He simply had to sign a written promise to return for his court hearing. Think about how crazy it is to ask a career criminal, someone who by definition repeatedly breaks the law, to just sign a written promise and come back again another day. This is madness. This monster should have been locked up, and Irina should still be alive. But Democrat politicians, liberal judges, and weak prosecutors would rather virtue signal than lock up criminals and protect their communities. And perhaps most shamefully of all, the majority of the media, many outlets in this room, decided that her murder was not worth reporting on originally because it does not fit a preferred narrative. Many of the journalists in this room spilled plenty of ink trying to smear Daniel Penny for defending a subway car from a deranged lunatic in New York City, but none of those same reporters lift a finger to write stories about an actual murderer. Here's the truth that every American must know. Too many innocent people across the country continue to pay the price of the failed experiment known as cashless bail that has been championed by the Democrat Party for years. All the way back in 2020, North Carolina's then Democrat Governor Roy Cooper established a so-called task force for racial equity in criminal justice. Sounds nice, but it's not. That task force was co-authored by then Attorney General and current Democrat Governor Josh Stein. It recommended, quote, reimagining public safety to, quote, promote diversion and other alternatives to arrest. It also advised to de-emphasize some felony crimes, prioritize, quote, restorative justice, and eliminate cash bail. Democrats in North Carolina and nationwide are consumed with pushing a woke, soft-on-crime agenda, no matter how many innocent Americans suffer as a result. Instead of aggressively prosecuting and locking up violent criminals, the Democrat-backed cashless bail approach lets these criminals roam free in our country to offend again and again. These reckless policies have turned too many of American cities into hunting grounds for career criminals who mock our justice system, drain law enforcement resources, and wreak havoc on law-abiding citizens. Enough is enough, and that is why President Trump is doing everything in his power by taking action to undo these absurd policies. The president recently signed a powerful executive order directing the AG to submit a list of states and local jurisdictions with cashless bail policies so that the Trump administration may identify federal funds that are being provided to these states and can potentially be suspended or terminated. President Trump firmly believes that to maintain order in public safety, we must incarcerate individuals whose pending criminal charges or criminal history demonstrate a clear, ongoing risk to civil society. This is a common sense and sensible approach that the vast majority of Americans agree with, and it's time for the Democrat Party to get on board with what is right. When these criminals are caught, they must be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law and be sent to prison, where they can no longer terrorize our streets. This is the mandate the American people delivered to President Trump, and it's a mandate he intends to fulfill. Staying on the topic of public safety, new preliminary data released today by Customs and Border Protection in August shows that President Trump has delivered the most secure border in American history. For the fourth straight month, 0 illegal aliens were released into the United States by CBP. Nationwide encounters are down 93%, below the peak of the Biden administration. Border Patrol apprehensions on the southwest border in the entire month of August were less than what was apprehended in 4 days in August 2024 under the Biden administration. President Trump has ended disastrous Biden illegal alien invasion, and he sealed our border in record time, keeping this central promise he made to the American public. With that, I will take your questions. Here in our new media seat today, we have Michael Schellenberger, who is the founder of Public News with nearly 2 million readers and subscribers. Michael, thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
And why don't you kick us off? Sure.
Thank you for making space for new media. Nice to meet all of you. It's great to be here. I want to see if you could give some insight into whether the president is considering additional measures against Europe and Brazil, not just for censorship, but also for preventing political candidates from actually competing in elections. We've now seen in Romania, France, and now Germany with Joachim Paul, efforts to basically just prevent candidates from being able to compete in elections. The president has shown some concern around President Bolsonaro, who's being prevented from running. All of this is coming in the context of increased censorship of online platforms, of American platforms, and efforts to censor Americans. I'm personally being investigated under criminal investigation with my Brazilian colleagues for publishing the Twitter Files Brazil. We're very grateful that the president has imposed Magnitsky sanctions on the judge. Is the president considering additional actions, given that it appears that they're going to end up with a conviction against President Bolsonaro, preventing him from running? Is he considering doing anything about this crackdown in Europe? I mean, it's shocking to see Joachim Paul, this mayoral candidate in Germany, the criminal indictment against him cites him, quote, saying that he loves the Lord of the Rings as reason why he's an extremist and shouldn't be able to run. So I just wonder if you could speak to that. And again, I'm grateful to be here. Nice to meet you all. And I'm grateful for what the Trump administration has done to push for free speech abroad.
Well, thanks for being here, Michael. We appreciate it. Freedom of speech is arguably the most important issue of our time. It is enshrined in our Constitution, and the president believes in it strongly. He himself faced censorship in his road back to this beautiful Oval Office here in Washington, D.C., so he takes this very seriously, as does, I know, the Vice President of the United States and the entire Trump administration, which is why we have taken significant action with regards to Brazil in the form of both sanctions and also leveraging the use of tariffs to ensure that countries around the world are not punishing their citizens in this way. And at the same time, the president is, while he's leveraging the United States to safeguard our interests abroad, he's also making sure that freedom of speech remains here in the United States of America. So I don't have any additional actions to preview for you today, but I can tell you this is a priority for the administration, and the president is unafraid to use the economic might, the military might of the United States of America to protect free speech around the world.
Quick follow-up to that?
Sure.
Quick follow-up, which is just, there was a Reuters story saying that the Trump administration was looking at this Europe-U.S. trade deal as one of the sticking points, this issue of the censorship, not just of U.S. platforms, of Americans. Do you have any updates on how those trade talks are going? And I also wonder if the president is concerned about NATO membership. NATO membership requires that you be a democracy and you have free speech. Is it possible that some of these actions that we've seen in Romania, France, and Germany would disqualify those countries from being in NATO after this?
I have not heard the president discuss NATO membership in regards to this issue in particular, but I have heard him discuss the issue of free speech and the importance of free speech with foreign leaders around the world, including the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. When we were in Scotland, the president brought this up and how important it is for the Prime Minister to protect free speech in the UK and in various conversations with other world leaders. So he brings it up, and I think the entire world knows that this is a priority for the President of the United States. Gabe.
Thank you, Caroline. Regarding the Israeli strike in Doha, how much time or how much of a heads up did the U.S. get, and does the president support the strike?
Sure. Well, I have a statement to read for all of you with respect to the Israeli strike in Doha, and here it is. This morning, the Trump administration was notified by the United States military that as Israel was attacking Hamas, which very unfortunately was located in a section of Doha, the capital of Qatar. Unilaterally bombing inside Qatar, a sovereign nation and close ally of the United States that is working very hard and bravely taking risks with us to broker peace, does not advance Israel or America's goals. However, eliminating Hamas, who have profited off the misery of those living in Gaza, is a worthy goal. President Trump immediately directed Special Envoy Witkoff to inform the Qataris of the impending attack, which he did. The president views Qatar as a strong ally and friend of the United States and feels very badly about the location of this attack. President Trump wants all of the hostages in Gaza and the bodies of the dead released, and this war to end now. President Trump also spoke to Prime Minister Netanyahu after the attack. The Prime Minister told President Trump that he wants to make peace, and quickly. President Trump believes this unfortunate incident could serve as an opportunity for peace. The president also spoke to the Emir and Prime Minister of Qatar and thanked them for their support and friendship to our country. He assured them that such a thing will not happen again on their soil.
And to be clear, the president disagrees with the location of the strike and that he passed that along to Prime Minister Netanyahu.
The president just confirmed that in the statement that I just read to you, which I spoke with him about before coming out here.
Caroline,
Jackie.
Thank you, Caroline. So is the president upset with Netanyahu now?
The president made his thoughts and concerns about this very clear, and he spoke again both to Prime Minister Netanyahu and also the Emir and the Prime Minister of Qatar after this attack. And the president has always made it very clear that he wants peace in the Middle East, just like he sought that and accomplished that in his first term. He expects all of our allies and friends in the region, that includes both Qatar and Israel, to seek peace as well. And he wants to see that happen, and he's working with all of our allies in the region to get that done.
Are there any consequences, so to speak, for Netanyahu doing this, as it sounds, against the president's wishes, or at least his belief that it was appropriate? Is there going to be any directive from the president to Netanyahu in terms of what's allowed in the future? And also, is there any concern this could jeopardize the Abraham Accords?
Look, that's a decision only the president can make. With respect to your first question, to answer your second question, as you heard from the president, he said he believes that this can serve as an opportunity for peace, and he's still actively and aggressively pursuing it with all of our allies and partners in the region. Jennifer.
Just to follow up on that, Caroline, are you able to say how often the president spoke to the Prime Minister of Israel before this? Because that's one question. And then what did he mean on Sunday when he posted, "I've given my last warning to Hamas," etc.? He wasn't talking about this strike on Doha?
No, he was not. As I told you, the Trump administration was notified by the United States military that Israel was attacking Hamas, and the president spoke to the Prime Minister after the attack, as well as, again, the Emir and the Prime Minister of Qatar. And I know Secretary Rubio and Special Envoy Witkoff were present for that call with the Qataris as well. Reagan.
Thanks, Caroline. I have two questions for you on crime crackdown.
Sure.
Democrats have tried to argue that red states have higher crime rates while overlooking problems of high crime in blue cities. I'm wondering if the president would consider working with red state governors to fix high crime in blue cities like in Memphis, Tennessee.
So first of all, I want to get to the premise of your question, Reagan, which is being pushed by Democrats, that there is crime in red states. Of course, there is crime in all states, but the crime in these cities is all in cities that are run by Democrats. If you look at the list of the top 20 high crime cities in the United States, every single one, with the exception of one in Louisiana, is run by a Democrat. And these Democrats have supported the same policies that I spoke about at the beginning of this briefing, like cashless bail. If you look at a red state, Mississippi, but a Democrat-run city in that state, Jackson, in 2019, Jackson, Mississippi eliminated cash bail for virtually all misdemeanor cases. And while Jackson is not formally a sanctuary city, the state of Mississippi formally banned sanctuary cities, and this city has acted as a de facto sanctuary city for criminals and illegal aliens since 2017. Same thing, Birmingham, Alabama, a Democrat-run city in a red state. In 2017, the Birmingham City Council unanimously passed a resolution, quote, committing to establish sanctuary policies. So if you actually look at the facts from these Democrat-run cities, these are cities that are run by Democrats and by blue by members of the Democrat Party. These are blue cities, and they have all supported these disastrous policies which allow repeated career criminals back onto the streets to further commit acts of violence. And so to answer your question, yes, the president wants to work with anyone across this country who wants to end these horrible policies and to bring law and order to our streets. And I think that is proven by his tremendous cooperation with the mayor of Washington, D.C. and our nation's capital. And just look at the results of that. And I do have some updates for you on the D.C. crime crackdown if anyone is interested. There have been a total of 2,177 arrests made since the start of the operation on August 7th. Just last night, there were 57 arrests made in Washington, D.C. Of the 57 arrests, there were 14 illegal aliens who were arrested, many of whom had prior criminal histories. And other arrests just last night in our nation's capital, so you all can be very grateful for this. Our great men and women of law enforcement, both federal and local, working together as they should, made an arrest on a warrant for assault with the intent to kill. The subject shot 2 adult males after an altercation. They made an arrest on a warrant for an armed carjacking. The subject assaulted an adult male in the face with a firearm and then took his keys. We also made an arrest on a warrant for simple assault and the destruction of property and subsequently charged with second-degree theft. Last night in D.C., there was an arrest for possession of a controlled substance with second-degree theft. There was an arrest for possession of a controlled substance with the intent to distribute. That subject, the person is also a subject of interest in a homicide and a carjacking. Last night in D.C., we also arrested a felon in possession of a firearm who was carrying that firearm without a license. So these are the career criminals. These are the bad guys that we are picking up in Washington, D.C. every day. The president would love to do this in every Democrat-run city across the country, and he hopes that more Democrats will call the White House to allow us to help them.
One more that's D.C. specific. Congress is poised to not extend Trump's federalization of the D.C. police. Mayor Bowser signed an executive order formalizing cooperation with federal forces. You just mentioned all the success that the operation has had. Does the White House believe that the Mayor Bowser's action is enough to continue the crime crackdown?
We are very grateful for the mayor's cooperation in this effort, and we look forward to continuing to work with her and the Metropolitan Police Department. Bloomberg.
Thanks, Caroline. The president says, he plans to speak with Putin soon. Can we expect a phone call between the two leaders this week?
I don't have any phone calls to read out between you, the president and any other foreign leaders. Ed.
Thanks, Carolyn. I want to ask about the benchmark revisions that came out. If you look at the revisions between March of 2024 and March of 2025, and you do a little math, it averages out to 73,000 jobs roughly per month added to the economy, less than what was thought. When can we expect the Trump administration, now that their policies are rolling out, for that increase, that average to increase?
Well, let me just say something about the revisions that came out this morning. And this was one of the biggest revisions in absolute terms in decades. And the benchmark year, March 2024 to 2025, shows that the job growth was vastly weaker during the Biden administration than ever previously reported. Between this revision and last year's, job growth was actually overstated by approximately 2 million jobs. And the Biden administration stood up here and vouched for that data and told you that data was real. And when President Trump calls into question the veracity of that data, like he did before he took the oath of office and even now as President of the United States, he was ridiculed for that. And turns out this revision proves 2 things. Number one, the president was right. And this is why we need new leadership at the Fed. And this makes it very clear that President Trump inherited a much worse economy by the Biden administration than ever reported. And it also proves that the Federal Reserve is holding our monetary policy far too restrictive. Interest rates are too high. The Fed needs to cut the rates because of the mess that we inherited from the Biden administration.
The time frame. The president has said a year. Secretary Bessent said maybe the fourth quarter. When can we expect these numbers to increase?
Well, first, we need accurate numbers. We need truthful and honest data, which is why the president took the monumental step to try and appoint and confirm new leadership at the BLS so we can have data that we can actually rely on. And that's what the president is doing, and we hope that his nominee will soon be confirmed. Charlie.
You addressed the crime of Irina Zarubka, and the president has done a lot to deliver justice for victims of crimes like that horrific stabbing. And the Epstein files are back in the news because a lot of Americans feel that that Jeffrey Epstein's victims never got justice. Does the president care about these victims? Do you think he can does he want to deliver more justice for them, and is he willing to meet with them?
The president cares about victims of all crimes, and that's why Republicans in the Trump Department of Justice have done more in terms of transparency when it comes to the Epstein case than any prior administration. And why are the Democrats all of a sudden caring about this? It's because they are desperately trying to concoct a hoax to smear the President of the United States. We have seen this time and time again. Ro Khanna and all of these other Democrats, they could have cared about those victims 4 years ago when Joe Biden was in office. They could have pushed for transparency then. Unfortunately, the Democrats are using victims as political pawns to try to smear and to push a hoax against the President of the United States. And I will get you numbers on the amount of child predators that this administration and this FBI and this Department of Justice have locked up under President Trump's leadership. We have done more than any president to protect victims of crime, especially disgusting, heinous sexual crimes, and that includes the deportation of illegal aliens who are perpetrating these crimes against innocent victims in our country right now today, and that remains a top priority for this administration.
Does the president, will he meet with the victims?
On the Doha strikes, did the president speak with Netanyahu before they were carried out? Did he urge him to not go through with it, or did they only speak afterwards?
Again, I read you a statement. The Trump administration was notified by the United States military that Israel was attacking Hamas. The president directed his special envoy Witkoff to immediately call the Qataris. And after the attack, he spoke to Prime Minister Netanyahu.
One more.
Behind you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
About the Epstein case, would the White House support a professional handwriting expert review of the document released yesterday to prove that it's not the president's signature?
Sure, we would support that. And in fact, I have already seen many forensic analysts of signatures coming out. I believe it was the Daily Signal that published a piece with 3 separate signature analysts who said that this absolutely was not the president's authentic signature. And we have maintained that position all along. The president did not write this letter. He did not sign this letter. And that's why the president's external legal team is aggressively pursuing litigation against the Wall Street Journal, and they will continue to. Christian.
Thanks, Caroline. Following up on Ed, now that we have these revised jobs numbers, is the president concerned at all that price spikes, stemming from his tariffs through the end of the year, might actually be driving the country towards a depression or a recession? What I'm asking is he committed to these policies now that we know how faulty the jobs data was?
The president is committed to his policies because his policies are working, Christian. And there have been a lot of people fear-mongering about inflation in this room, but it just has not come to fruition. On a monthly basis, CPI inflation has now come in at or below the market's expectation for 6 consecutive months, every month that President Trump has been in office. Overall, inflation has run at a 1.9% average pace in the president's first 6 months in office. I would have told all of you that in January, you would not have believed me, but those are the facts and those are the numbers. And we also see many other positive signs in economic indicators like real GDP. In the second quarter, it was revised up to 3.3%. That beat the market's expectation. We know there's a capital spending boom right now, which we know is one of the greatest economic indicators of job growth. We know wages are increasing at a far faster pace than they were under the previous administration. We see productivity in the second quarter was also revised up to a strong 3.3%. And total industrial production, factory output also surged. All of this means the economy is moving, people are working, people are spending money. You look at consumer spending, that is also ticking up and in the right direction. And a large part, it's because of the incredible work the president has done in terms of energy and unlocking our energy dominance in this country. Again, these jobs, the numbers from the BLS today prove that the economy was an absolute mess, and we are working every single day to fix it, and all of those indicators I just read for you are positive sign of what is to come.
Just one more quickly on
Sure,
trade,
Danny.
I just wanted to get a bit of clarity on the sequence of events for the Doha attack and the notification. You said that the U.S. military notified, if I got it right, the Trump administration was notified by the U.S. military.
That's right.
Was the U.S. military notified by the Israeli military, or did the U.S. military detect an incoming Israeli attack on Qatar?
The U.S. military notified the White House and the President of the United States. That's all I have to share for you on that, Danny.
Thank you.
Jeff.
Also following up, you said that the president assured the leaders in Qatar that this would never happen again. Did he say that to the Prime Minister of Israel, and did Prime Minister Netanyahu agree to that?
The president told that to the emir and the prime minister of Qatar, and the president also overstressed the importance of peace in the region in his conversation with Prime Minister Netanyahu as well. And Prime Minister Netanyahu told President Trump he wants peace and he wants it quickly. That's what the president expects to happen. The president is very clear in the statement that he just had me read, and you will all see it out on True Social very shortly, I am sure. The whole world will see it. He wants all of the hostages released out of Gaza, and he wants this war to end. Those are two clear directives that the president is making very clear for the entire world to understand. Mary.
But Qatar obviously has been helping to negotiate these ceasefire talks. Does the president think that Israel is undermining negotiations by striking Qatar? Is he concerned that Qatar's no longer going to want to play that intermediary role?
I think the president addressed that in the statement. I can read the whole thing for you again. I think it's very thorough because the president wanted to address all of your questions. We wrote, unilaterally bombing inside Qatar, a sovereign nation and close ally of the United States that is working very hard and bravely taking risks with us to broker peace, does not advance Israel or America's goals. However, eliminating Hamas, who have profited off the misery of those living in Gaza, is a worthy goal. So he answered that question
And to be clear,
himself.
you can't say that Israel informed the U.S.
What I can tell you is the United States military informed the Trump administration.
Thank you. A quick follow on that. Can you tell us when the U.S. military was notified, given that the largest U.S. military base is in Doha? And then I have a question on D.C. crime.
This morning, just before the attack, as I said earlier as well.
Okay, thank you. And yesterday, the president spoke about D.C. crime and talked about how there was virtually none. And then he expressed frustration about things that take place in the home they call crime. He said, you know, they'll do anything they can to find something. If a man has a little fight with the wife, they say this is crime. See, now I can't claim 100%. Exactly what crimes was the president referring to?
He wasn't referring to crimes. That's exactly the point he was making, Ouija. What the president is saying is that these crimes will be made up and reported as a crime to undermine the great work that the federal task force is doing to reduce crime in Washington, D.C. And I think the president has every reason to believe that, given the efforts of many reporters in this room who actively seek to undermine the president and what he's doing in our nation's capital. We all know that deep inside you all agree with this because you all live here, and I'm sure you are very grateful for the administration's efforts to make the city, which we all reside in, much safer for ourselves and our families. Michael.
Thank you, Caroline. Florida Congressman Randy Fine is calling for judges to face consequences if the violent repeat offenders they release go on to commit new crimes. Is that something the president supports?
It's not something I've heard the president discuss. You can ask him yourself next time you have the opportunity to. How's that?
Caroline, one more question. On Thursday, President Trump will head to the Pentagon and also to New York City in honor of the 24th anniversary of 9/11. Has the president expressed any interest on creating or having congressmen create a new 9/11 commission to answer some of the ongoing questions many Americans have about that day?
I, again, have not heard the president discuss that. You're welcome to ask him yourself, but I do know he very much looks forward to going to both the Pentagon and the Yankees game in New York City on Thursday to commemorate the 24th anniversary. As you know, the president is a New Yorker at heart. He loves the city very much. It is his home, and you'll hear more about that on Thursday when the president speaks on this himself. Kelly.
Caroline, thank you. I wanted to ask you a question about the president speaking yesterday before the Religious Liberty Commission. As you know, he's created the White House Faith Office, the Task Force on Anti-Christian Bias, and yesterday he talked about the importance of the Bible in America and the importance of prayer in America. Some people have criticized him for that in stating that he's espousing Christian nationalism. Yet the president has called on the American people to band together in praying for this nation for people of all faiths. How important is that to the Trump administration, and are there guidelines for implementing that?
Well, last time I checked, it's not just Christians who pray, it's people of all faith who pray, and that's what the president wants to protect, the religious freedom for Americans of all faith. And he spoke about that yesterday, and that's why he was very proud and excited to announce this new initiative, Pray America, encouraging all Americans to pray for our country and the goodness of our country leading up to America's 250th birthday next year. Why don't we take some from the sides? Elizabeth, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. I have two questions.
Sure.
First, on prayer again. Is the Trump administration looking for the forthcoming prayer guidelines to challenge existing court precedent on the right to pray in public schools?
Well, the president spoke about that yesterday, and some of the changes we are making to ensure that the religious liberties of America's students and our youth are respected in public schools. In fact, he had a young student and invited him on stage to share his story about how when this young boy spoke about biological and biblical truth in his classroom, he faced consequences for that, and how Americans of faith should not be facing consequences for expressing their religious freedom and their religious views. Not in any public school in America should that be happening. You heard the president talk about that yesterday.
And
Sure.
Caroline, thank you so much. Regarding Israel attacking Doha, beside the phone call, what was President Trump's involvement in the attack, if any?
Look, I don't have anything more to read out for you on this other than the very lengthy and thorough statement that I have shared repeatedly now. Sure. Go ahead.
Thank you. After the Supreme Court ruling yesterday on the ICE raids in Los Angeles, some particularly non-white U.S. citizens are saying that they're going to begin carrying their U.S. passports with them at all times. What is the White House's response to Americans who are concerned about being swept up, as others have been already, in these enforcement actions?
They should not be concerned, because this administration is focused on the detention and deportation of illegal alien criminals who broke our nation's immigration laws. And the Supreme Court upheld the Trump administration's right to stop individuals in Los Angeles to briefly question them regarding their legal status, because the law allows this, and this has been the practice of the federal government for decades. And the Immigration and Nationality Act states that immigration officers can briefly stop an individual to question them about their immigration status if the officer has reasonable suspicion that the individual is illegally present in the United States. And reasonable suspicion is not just based on race, it's based on a totality of the circumstances to review. And I will tell you, I spoke to our border czar about this morning. When ICE goes out to conduct a targeted operation to deport illegal criminals from our community, they are doing so with intelligence, they are doing so with law enforcement sources, they are doing so in most cases with the backing of local law enforcement who know exactly where these illegal alien criminals and drug traffickers and drug dealers are hiding in plain sight in American communities. And the men and women of ICE are doing everything they can to not only follow the law, but to enforce the law. And it's about time that has happened, because we had 4 years of an administration who completely ignored and evaded our nation's very clear immigration laws, and the Supreme Court has reafirmed that.
Sure. Thanks, Caroline. One of the other documents released by the House Oversight Committee contained a photo of Jeffrey Epstein holding an oversized check that was made out to him in the check from the president for $22,000 for a fully depreciated woman. I wondered if the president has any recollection of that, or what you guys make of that photo that was included in those documents.
Did you see the signature on that check? It is not Donald Trump's signature. It is absolutely not. The president did not sign that check.
But does he recognize
Jordan,
the woman?
go
Caroline,
ahead.
thank you,
No.
Caroline. On the New York City election, Caroline. is he
Well,
considering?
I'll take both of you. Go ahead.
So first, is the president considering offering Mayor Eric Adams a job? If so, why? And does he think Curtis Lee was a serious candidate for New York City mayor?
Look, the president has made it quite clear he wants this race to move forward in New York City. He does not want a communist to be running New York City, but as for weighing in on other individual candidates, I'll leave that to the president to do himself.
Caroline, and then following up on Reagan's question, many of these highest crime cities in America, they're led by black mayors, including the three that you mentioned, Jackson, Memphis, Birmingham. So given that, what's your response to criticism from the left that Trump is targeting black mayors? Isn't he just trying to protect black people?
The president is trying to protect all Americans from crime, and he wants to make all of our cities in America safe. And the fact is, the most dangerous cities in America are run by Democrats, overwhelmingly. And according to the FBI crime statistics, 19 of the top 20 cities with the highest murder rate are run by Democrats. And these high crime Democrat-run cities are driving up the crime stats in otherwise safe red states. So of course he wants to address this problem. He's made that quite clear.
Mike Johnson, he came out and said that the president was an FBI informant. Do you know what he meant by that, if it's not true?
I can affirm that is not true. I think the speaker was referring to the fact that President Trump kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of his Mar-a-Lago property for reasons the president has already discussed. John.
Oh, thank you, Caroline. First of all, as a Washington, D.C. resident with my family, I just want to thank the administration for revitalizing safety here. in the last 3 weeks has been stunning. Well, I want to go to Virginia. All of a sudden, out of the blue, Winsome Sears has closed the gap on Abigail Spanberger about 4 issues. Coerced abortions in Fairfax County without telling mom or dad, no parents, girls going in boys' bathrooms on film, right? 2 of the young fellows get suspended for complaining about it. Virginia Beach man, an innocent man, is now died in a car crash by a drunk illegal going on the other side of the road, and now you got Spanberger's got these racist signs. When are we going to get the president to make an official endorsement of Winsome Sears and maybe come and campaign in Southwest Virginia?
Well, as you know, I'm very limited in what I can talk about when it comes to political endorsements in future elections from this government podium. But all of the issues that you just mentioned I know are very important to the president, and it's quite common sense. It's the foundation of the Republican Party, and it's what sent this president back to the Oval Office. We want to keep men out of women's sports and bathrooms. We want criminals to be locked up. The president wants to see law and order in every state across the country. But as for political endorsements, I'll leave that to him and his political advisors to make those. Sure. Haley.
Thanks, Caroline. I have 2 questions for you, if it's okay. One on Doha and one on immigration and crime.
Sure.
On Doha, ahead of the strike we saw today, did the administration at any point try to dissuade the Israelis from the potential for an action like we saw today?
Again, I have answered questions repeatedly on this. I have a very lengthy statement which we will release after this briefing for all of you to read and to report on once again.
Okay, and then on a case in Maryland, the killing of Dakara Thompson, there are reports that the suspect arrested for her murder was in the country illegally and arrested and released for driving under the influence both in 2022 and in April of this year by U.S. Park Police. Is the administration looking into what process allowed this to take place?
Yes, we absolutely are. As soon as we saw this case, we ensured that the Department of Homeland Security and the Department of Justice were on it, and I can assure you that they are. This is another heinous act of violence against someone who should have never been in our country illegally in the first place, and that's exactly why the deportation of illegal criminals from our country is a top priority for this administration, and it's something that is happening every single day. And I would encourage all of you to continue to report on the very violent illegal alien criminals that we are deporting daily from American communities across the country. We will never understand how many lives have been saved by these efforts, or how many lives would have been lost if not for this president and the administration's policy to deport illegal criminal aliens.
On tariffs? Thanks, Caroline. Follow up on Charlie's question. Would the president meet with the Jeffrey Epstein victims?
I don't have any meetings for you to read out on that.
On tariffs?
Go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. Is the Trump administration considering a ban on transgender Americans owning guns? Is that something the president would support, even as we've seen some gun groups oppose the idea of it?
I saw reporting on this. I understand there were very preliminary, low-level discussions about this at the Department of Justice, and then sometimes those discussions are reported as fact. I'm not tracking any potential actions on this front, and I'll let the president weigh in on that. It's a policy decision, and it's far too early or would be premature, inappropriate for me to weigh in on it at this point in time. Behind you. Go ahead.
After the immigration raid at the plant in Georgia on Friday, the president said over the weekend that he's open to some kind of changes in perhaps rules or visa rules or law that would prevent something like that happening in the future for skilled workers to train American workers.
That's right.
Can you confirm that and that the administration supports those changes, and what exactly would that look like?
Well, the president said it himself in a statement that he put out on Sunday night, where he is very grateful for foreign companies from around the world and the investments that they are making right here in the United States of America. And he understands that these companies want to bring their highly skilled and trained workers with them, especially when they're creating very niche products like chips, or in this case in Georgia, like batteries. But the president also expects these foreign companies to hire American workers, and for these foreign workers and American workers to work together to train and to teach one another. And so he expects these foreign companies to hire American labor. We want Americans to have these jobs. Americans need these jobs, but he also understands the need for these companies to bring over their workers who already have these skills. So I think it's a very,
what those changes might be?
I think it's a very nuanced and responsible and sensible approach for the president to take. And I know that the Department of Homeland Security and the Department of Commerce are working on this matter together. I would defer you to them for any further action on this front.
Caroline, thank you. Just I want to follow up on something you said. You said the Epstein documents are a hoax that Democrats are perpetrating against the president. You've said he didn't sign that check, that he didn't sign the birthday card that he allegedly signed. So what is the theory, since these documents came from the Epstein estate? Who is I guess in your view, faking these documents?
I did not say the documents are a hoax. I said the entire narrative surrounding Jeffrey Epstein right now that is absorbing many of the liberal cable channels on television is a hoax that is being perpetuated by opportunistic Democrats like Ro Khanna and the others whom you saw on that press conference outside of Capitol Hill, who are trying to push this hoax against the President of the United States.
What exactly is the hoax? I'm just trying to understand what's fake. What's fake is not the
The
documents.
hoax
then?
is the Democrats pretending to care about victims of crime when they do not care about victims of crime, when they have done nothing to solve crimes, when they have done nothing to lock up child pedophiles and child rapists across the country, and when they are now using victims as political props to try and, again, smear the President of the United States and drag on this bad story about him. It is a distraction. The Democrats view this story as nothing more than an attempt to distract from the accomplishments and the achievements of this administration. And that is what we mean when we call it a hoax.
If he didn't sign these, if you said he didn't sign the birthday card, he didn't do this, he also didn't do the check, those were in documents from the estate. So what is the working theory as to why he's in them?
The president has one of the most famous signatures in the world, and he has for many, many years. You know that, Maggie, you've covered him for a long time, long before he assumed this office when he was a businessman in New York. The president did not write that letter. He did not sign those documents. He maintains that position, and that position will be argued in court by his lawyers. The president is very confident he is going to win this case.
Carolina? Thank you. Is the president planning to meet with Eric Adams in New York, maybe at the Yankees game? And has he personally talked to him about the race?
I am not tracking any meeting with Mayor Adams at this time, but if that happens, I'm sure the New York Post will be one of the first people to know about it. I'll take a couple more questions while we go to the back.
Tom Dempsey with News Nation. Regarding the growing U.S. military
News
presence.
Nation, all the way in the back.
Regarding the U.S. military, the growing U.S. military presence in the Caribbean, when asked directly about possible future military action, President Trump responded, "You're going to find out." What could the U.S. public expect of that situation moving forward, and what sort of ongoing threat does Trendeo Agra?
I think it would be very unwise of me to preview what the president meant from this podium. But I think what the heart of what the president was saying, I know what the heart of what the president was saying and this administration believes, is that the regime in Venezuela is illegitimate. And it is unacceptable to this president and this administration to traffic illegal, deadly drugs into the United States of America. And that's why the president and the administration took very strong action against a boat and 11 narco-terrorists in international waters, as you all saw. I think that sends a very strong message to drug traffickers around the world. The president will not tolerate it, and the amount of drugs on that boat represents the lives of thousands of Americans that could have been killed by that deadly poison, and we're not going to allow that deadly poison to come into our country. The president will be signing a proclamation in the Oval Office later this afternoon, and we will see you all later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Staunchly oppose Robert Law's nomination to be Undersecretary for Strategy, Policy, and Plans at the Department of Homeland Security. If confirmed, Robert Law will be responsible for developing policies for all DHS critical national security missions, including border security and immigration enforcement, cybersecurity, protecting critical infrastructure, counterterrorism, and disaster management. This role requires someone who understands the full mission of DHS and can manage strategy across all of these components. Given his record and views, I have serious concerns about how he will carry out these responsibilities. First, he has shown that he has limited understanding of some of DHS's most critical missions. In comments before my committee, he has maligned DHS cybersecurity and election security missions, and he downplayed terrorism threats that DHS is charged with countering. He has dismissed the work of key DHS components like FEMA and CISA as off mission, and I'm deeply concerned that he will abandon critical emergency management and cybersecurity missions that protect our communities every day. I'm also concerned by Robert Law's promotion of discriminatory travel bans and mass deportations. He has a record of working with organizations that were founded by white nationalists whose extremist policy positions he himself has endorsed and advocated for. Robert Law currently serves as senior counselor to Secretary Noem and is supporting DHS ongoing efforts to indiscriminately ramp up deportation of law-abiding individuals and families while losing focus on counterterrorism, cybersecurity, and disaster preparedness. During the first Trump administration, Robert Law worked at U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Services, where he helped implement the travel ban targeting many Muslim nations, creating essentially a religious test for entering the United States. Robert Law also supports ending the Deferred Action for Childhood Arrivals program, known as DACA, and has referred to Dreamers as, quote, human shields, unquote. To make matters worse, he denied to my committee that the Trump administration has a family separation policy, when in fact we know that there are children who still have not been reunited with their parents. If Robert Law is confirmed, I'm concerned that he will neglect vital missions of the department and make Americans less safe. Because of this, I strongly oppose Robert Law's nomination, and I would urge all of my colleagues to do the same.
The senator from Iowa.
I ask unanimous consent to waive the mandatory quorum call with respect to the Dudek nomination.
Without objection. The question now occurs on the law nomination. Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Elsa Brooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt.
Aye.
Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Curtis, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mr. Fetterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms.
Missile defense shield to protect our homeland from the threat of foreign missile attack. And that's what we're doing. Today I'm pleased to announce that we have officially selected an architecture for this state-of-the-art system that will deploy next-generation technologies across the land, sea, and space, including space-based sensors and interceptors. And Canada has called us and they want to be a part of it. So we'll be talking to them. They want to have protection also. So as usual, we help Canada do the best we can. This design for the Golden Dome will integrate with our existing defense capabilities and should be fully operational before the end of my term. So we'll have it done in about 3 years. Once fully constructed, the Golden Dome will be capable of intercepting missiles even if they are launched from other sides of the world and even if they are launched from space. And we will have the best system ever built. As you know, we helped Israel with theirs, and it was very successful, and now we have technology that's even far advanced from that, but including hypersonic missiles, ballistic missiles, and advanced cruise missiles. All of them will be knocked out of the air. We will truly be completing the job that President Reagan started 40 years ago, forever ending the missile threat to the American homeland, and the success rate is very close to 100%, which is incredible when you think of it. You're shooting bullets out of the air. I'm also pleased to report that the one big beautiful bill will include $25 billion for the Golden Dome to help construction get underway. That's the initial sort of a down deposit. And we have probably, you're talking about, General, we're talking about $175 billion total cost of this when it's completed. This afternoon, I'm also announcing that I will appoint, very importantly, General Gutlein to lead the ambitious new effort as the direct reporting program manager for the Golden Dome. Very talented man, and I'm very honored to have been the one that helped or really created Space Force. Space Force has turned out to be a tremendous success. We were third in space, and now we're number one in space by a lot. It's not even close. And Mike is a 4-star Space Force general, the recipient of the Defense Distinguished Service Medal, one of the most respected people in the world having to do with defense. You know, we have offense and we have defense up.
Senators voting in the affirmative: Barrasso, Britt, Capito, Cornyn, Cruz, Daines, Ernst, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hyde-Smith, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Marshall, Moody, Ricketts, Schmidt, Scott of South Carolina, and Thune. Senators voting the negative: Cantwell and Peters. Ms. Slotkin, no. Ms. Duckworth, Ms. Duckworth, no. Mrs. Shaheen, Mrs. Shaheen, no. Ms. Also Brooks, Ms. Also Brooks, no. Mr. Reed, Mr. Reed, no. Mrs. Blackburn, Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Ms. Collins, Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Tuberville, aye. Ms. Rosen, Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Kramer, Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Lujan, Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Mullen, Mr. Mullen, aye. Mr. Coons, Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Paul, Mr. Paul, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester, Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Crapo, Mr. Crapo, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Mr. Warnock, Mr. Warnock, no. Ms. Baldwin, no. Ms. Hassan, no. Mr. Moreno, aye. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Kane, no. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Merkley, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Kim, Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Young, Mr. Young, aye. Mr. King, Mr. King, no. Mr. Padilla, Mr. Padilla, no. Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Heinrich, no. Miss Lummis, Miss Lummis, aye. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven. Aye. Mr. Cassidy. Mr. Cassidy. Aye. Mr. Welch. Mr. Welch. No. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Hawley. Aye. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Ossoff. No. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Rounds. Aye. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz. No. Mrs. Murray. Mrs. Murray. No. Mr. Husted. Mr. Husted. Aye. Miss Warren. Miss Warren. No. Tillis. Mr. Tillis. Aye. Miss Hirono. Miss Hirono. No. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Mr. Fetterman, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Mr. Durbin, no. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Sanders, no.
Literally in the driver's seat. And if Republican leadership, for whatever reason, decides to let the car go off the cliff, we know who will be held responsible. Because the only reason for there to be a shutdown is if Trump wants a shutdown. The only reason for there to be a shutdown is if Republicans choose a shutdown. Because Democrats do not want a shutdown. We want to produce, and protect folks back at home and the investments they rely on. So there is a tried and true off-ramp Republicans can take to avoid a shutdown. Work with us on bills that actually help people. Work with us on bills that reject the catastrophic cuts Trump wants and that protect child care investments and fund cancer research and invest in our public schools. This is basic stuff. If you want Democratic votes, work with Democrats to write funding bills that reflect Democratic priorities. Our doors are open. We are at the table, and as I said, Ranking Member DeLauro and I are at the table with Chairs Cole and Collins. But we know this means very little unless Speaker Johnson and Leader Thune agree with their approach to a bipartisan short-term CR that carries some of our conference bills. My general approach is to lay out my principles and invite my colleagues to the negotiating table. And the main focus for me right now comes down to this. First, I want the strongest possible outcome for the folks I represent. And second, I will not vote for a funding bill I had zero say in drafting. I do not pursue bipartisan funding legislation for etiquette or civility. I do it when it is clear it is the best way to get the best result for the people of my home state of Washington and every part of our country. We have proven that with our bills here in the Senate, rejecting Trump's budget request left and right, because let me tell you, it does belong in the trash, on the Appropriations Committee, we have not just shown that bipartisan work is possible, despite what House Republicans pretend, but also that it can deliver stronger results for people at home. When Democrats have a say, we write bills that protects people's health care and reject Trump's plan to slash kids' cancer research. When Democrats have a say, we protect funding for preschoolers enrolled in Head Start and for our public schools. When Democrats have a say, we make sure working families have a seat at the negotiating table. Those outcomes matter to people back home. So I am fighting to pass spending bills that help people get by. And I'm fighting to ensure we do not end up in another partisan, year-long slush fund CR that hands more power to Trump and vote. It is clear the bipartisan path is the surest way to avoid a shutdown. And it is clear based on our work this summer, bipartisan path is actually possible. The only question is, will Republicans choose that path so we can invest in our communities, or will they choose partisanship and a shutdown? Will they do whatever Trump and Russ want instead of what is best for folks at home? We need Speaker Johnson and Leader Thune to get serious about the path ahead. I invite Republican leadership once again to reject shutdown politics, help conference these three bills we've passed, and work on a short bipartisan CR that helps us complete full-year bipartisan funding bills. The ball is in the Republicans' court. So to my Republican colleagues, let's work together. We don't work for Russ vote. Let's turn back on life-saving cures and support America's public schools. Let's protect health care and address other out-of-control costs that we know Trump is making worse by day.
Thank you, Senator Murray. Senator Schatz.
I'm going to read very briefly from a letter that tens of millions of Americans are going to get, a version of.
The nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's actions. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on the nomination of Kyle Christopher Dudek of Florida to be United States District Judge for the Middle District of Florida, signed by 17 senators.
Under the previous order, the mandatory quorum call under Rule 22 has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that the debate on the nomination of Kyle Christopher Dudek of Florida to be United States District Judge for the Middle District of Florida shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks. Ms. Thank you. King.
They really don't have that money. Tens of millions of Americans are going to be forced back into the period before the Affordable Care Act, where they'd look at their health care premiums and say, I just can't do it. I can't make my rent or my mortgage, pay my utilities, pay my grocery bills, pay for gas, pay for kids' tuition, pay for my parents, and pay for health care. A lot of you remember that time. And what's going to happen this fall is not a political challenge for Republicans. It is a real challenge for people across the country. Democrats are ready to work with anyone to restore health care for the millions of Americans who are about to get smacked in the face. But that starts with a meeting. It has to start with a meeting. And Leader Thune and Speaker Johnson haven't even asked Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries to sit down and discuss this. It starts with a conversation about how to avoid all this pain for millions of Americans across the country.
Thank you. Okay, questions? Manu.
What do you say to people like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez who say that it's time for leaders like you to get behind Zoran Mamdani or risk losing the mayoral race?
We met yesterday. We had a good meeting. We know each other well, and we're going to keep talking.
Sure.
Yes.
May I ask a question, Senator Murray, please, on appropriations?
Yes, you may.
On appropriations, Senator Murray, have you had a chance to review the anomalies that have been sent over from the White House? Do you have a sense of what President Trump or OMB wants from this CR? And do you think they're going to be on board with the bipartisan product that you say you want?
So we did get the anomalies today. I have not had a chance to look at them. They just came a few hours ago. That's good progress, depending on what they are. I have not been told what President Trump, Speaker Johnson, or Leader Thune want.
Leader Schumer.
Yes.
First of all, go Bills.
You're next. Yes, you.
Go Bills first.
Go Bills today. Who stayed up and watched the whole game? Even though one of my best Buffalo staffers was at the game and left in the third quarter. Serves him right.
I'm sure you saw the situation happening in the Middle East today, the bombing kill.
Yes.
The administration's already come out and said that they're concerned about it. Are you concerned about it, and are you ready to define what's happening in Gaza as a genocide?
The bottom line is that we are concerned about the bombing, and we've requested a classified briefing on it. Yes.
Senator Schumer, regarding the labor revisions, that was from March 2024 to March 2025. So a bulk of that
better. It was a great place, but he made it even worse. He made it worse with the tariffs. He made it worse with the big, ugly betrayal bill and so many other things that are just wrecking the economy and making businessmen wonder what the heck is going on in this administration. Yes. Go ahead, note this gentleman. Mr. Washington Post.
Leader Schumer, Senator Murray called for a bipartisan CR. What does that mean to you? Would you accept a clean CR if Republicans did?
Look, the bottom line is a bipartisan CR means both sides have input. It's the only way to get it done when you need Democrats and Republicans to come together. We strongly believe in that. And the question, which both Patty and Brian talked about, where the heck are Thune and Johnson? In early August, Hakeem Jeffries and I asked them to sit and meet with us. We did it again in September. What the heck are they waiting for? Unless you have the four leaders sit down, you can't really get a bipartisan CR. Yes.
Just to follow up on what Brian said, do you believe what Israel is doing in Gaza is a genocide?
Look, the bottom line is that we must do much, much more to get food to the Gazans. We must do much, much more to see that they get relief. And the Trump administration should be doing more in that regard as well. Yes, last one. Look, at the bottom line, first, as I said, it's got to be bipartisan. And second, we have focused for the last month and a half on how there's lots of bad things in what the Trump administration has done. But our focus is on health care. And they've done so much damage to the healthcare system, as Brian outlined. So many people are suffering. We want to see the damage that they've done to the healthcare system undone, and the American people are overwhelmingly on our side about that. Okay? Thank you, everybody.
Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young.
Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Britt, Budd, Capito, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Curtis, Fisher, Grassley, Hawley, Husted, Kennedy, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moran, Mullen, Murkowski, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Tillis, Wicker, Young. Mr. Sullivan? Aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina? Aye. Senators voting in the negative: also Brooks, Blunt Rochester, Duckworth, Fetterman, Gallego, Gillibrand, Heinrich, Hirono, Kane, Kim, King, Murray, Ossoff, Sanders, Schatz, Schumer, Shaheen, Smith, Warner, Warren, Whitehouse. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Reed, Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Welch, aye. Mr. Kelly, no. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Daines, aye.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think, as everyone knows, Senate Republicans are in the process of coming up with a solution to the Democrat blockade on nominees. We've laid this out for you many times in the past, but I think, as everyone here knows, the Democrats now, for the past 8 months of this administration, this president's term in office, have resisted the idea of confirming any nominee by unanimous consent or voice, something that was a routine practice just up until this last 8 months. And so, as a consequence, President Trump, a lot of his nominees are sitting on the sidelines waiting to go to work. That's got to change. This is a problem the Democrats created. and we intend to fix it. And so we have started that process, I think, as you know, of getting a rules change in place that would enable us to process nominees in batches, which is something that, as I said, has been the routine practice around here for decades, up until this Democrat leader, Senator Schumer, and this Democrat minority decided that because of their Trump derangement syndrome, that they were going to force votes on sub-cabinet level people who in the past, as I said, had been confirmed by unanimous consent or voice vote. So all we're simply talking about doing is restoring that precedent, going back to the way that it's been done historically, and seeing that a lot of these sub-cabinet, lower-level executive branch nominees are able to get confirmed so the president can have his team in place, implement the agenda that the American people elected him to implement. And so we intend to go about and make that change. We think this is the time to do that. And obviously we have seen no cooperation, zero cooperation from the Democrats with respect to trying to put together any kind of a deal that would make this unnecessary. It is a necessary change. We are moving forward with it. And but we also are going to give the Democrats an opportunity, which Senator Cornyn, who's been very engaged on this issue, is going to talk about, an opportunity this afternoon. He's going to put forward a unanimous consent request that would allow them to actually put in place something that in the past they've indicated support for, and that is moving these nominees in block or in batches. So I'm going to ask Senator Cornyn to come up and speak about that, and then Senator Barrasso is going to follow on with that. Senator Cornyn.
So last November the 5th, President Trump won a historic second term of office. And the Democrats still haven't gotten over that yet. And they have resisted each and every one of President Trump's nominees, forcing us to eat up invaluable floor time where we could actually be doing other things on a bipartisan basis to advance the interests of the American people. But the blockade ends today. We will no longer tolerate Democrats' efforts to blockade President Trump's nominees and his agenda. What they've been trying to do basically is deny the president the team that he needs in order to do the job he was elected to do last November the 5th. This afternoon I will offer for unanimous consent a bill that was authored by Amy Klobuchar, who was chairman of the Rules Committee in the Senate, that would provide a process to vote for a number of nominees in block or together, and give Democrats a chance to show once and for all what they are going to do. But I predict here and now that they will block that effort to a bipartisan solution to confirm nominees on a reasonable basis. And I would point out that these nominees are people who've basically had to put their whole life on hold, and all they want is nothing more than to serve their nation. And Democrats are blocking that entirely. So we're going to start the process with, as Senator Thune said, today, and by next Monday, I'm optimistic we're going to be able to confirm a large portion of the backlog of President Trump's nominees. So the blockade ends today.
Well, Republicans are ready to take action to overcome this historic blockade by the Democrats of President Trump's nominees. The Democrats have done absolutely everything they can possibly do to prevent President Trump from getting his team in place and on the job. The Democrats have filibustered every single nominee that's come from President Trump to the floor of the United States Senate. Filibustered everyone that's gotten to the floor, and this is after every one of these nominees has gone through the committee process, has gone through FBI vetting, has been investigated, has answered questions in committees, and then has been voted successfully out of committees, many of these in bipartisan ways. So it is time now to return to this historic long-term traditions of the Senate of confirming people in groups. Senator Klobuchar and Senator King, when they introduced their resolution, their legislation in 2023, they did it at a time when 62% of Joe Biden's nominees had been confirmed by unanimous consent and by voice vote. At this point, 8 months into the Trump term, absolutely zero nominees have been confirmed by voice vote or unanimous consent. And as a result, it is time to return to the historic role of the Senate of advise and consent, and to do that, Senate Republicans are committed to changing the rules.
Let me just make one final point about that. If you look at historically how this has worked, and we said this earlier, but every administration has been able to get their people in place. This administration, so far, only 12%. And as Senator Barrasso pointed out, the Democrats thought this was worth fixing back in 2023 at a time when 62% of the Biden administration nominees were being confirmed, 62%, by unanimous consent or voice vote. Now, to put this in perspective, as you I think all know because you've all been here, this is the busiest Senate in the last 40 years in terms of hours in session, days in session, and votes cast. We've cast over 500 votes already. And to do what we have to do to catch up with the backlog by the end of this year, and that's just to get the backlog caught up. That doesn't include all the new nominees. Over the next 3.5 months than we've already cast in the first 8, which is a record, a 40-year record that goes back to the 1980s. So this can't continue. This process is broken. This is a business model that does not work when it comes to running and operating a government, and that's why it's got to be fixed. And it can be fixed one of two ways: behavioral change on the part of the Democrats, but they seem unwilling to do that. They have shown no evidence that they're willing to do that. And so the other option is to do what we're doing, that is to fix the rules. Questions?
BLS came out with a new report today showing jobs number revised down 900,000 from March of 2024 to March of 2025. What does this mean for the economy? Is it weaker than people expect? And could it have implications for the midterm election?
I think people are economic voters, always. And but I think by the time the midterm elections roll around, a lot of the effects of the one big beautiful bill that we passed, you're going to start seeing that. You're going to see increased capital investment. You're going to see new jobs created, better paying jobs, and I think you're going to see growth in the economy. So, yeah, I think these things, this is a moment in time, but we're looking at this in the context of what we passed in July and the effect it's going to have not only in this next year, but in years to come, because of the certainty we created by making most of those tax policies permanent.
Mr. Leader, the House is on the verge of putting a discharge petition on the floor that would force the Department of Justice to release documents related to the Jeffrey Epstein controversy. The Senate really hasn't weighed in on this. If that bill ends up passing the House, will the Senate take it up and put it on the floor?
I can't comment on that at this point. I guess the House is having a conversation about that. What I can tell you is, and I think this is my position, my colleagues can speak for themselves, but I believe that transparency is always best, and you should get as much information out there as you possibly can in a way that obviously protects the rights of the victims. So I'm all for transparency, disclosure, and whatever makes that possible, but I think the Department of Justice has already released tons of files related to this matter, and in my view, I trust them in terms of having a confidence that they'll get as much information out there as possible in a way that protects the rights of the victims. But whether or not we would take some action on it, I think, is a hypothetical question. Yeah, I've said this before, but if there's any interest in doing anything over here on that, I trust our committee chairs, the committees that have jurisdiction over this subject, to deal with that in an appropriate way.
One of the nominees you did confirm, of course, was RFK Jr.
last week, and Senator Langford was as well, and had an opportunity to ask him questions about that subject, and I think there will probably be more questions asked. But the question of vaccines is, as you know, particularly with relation to the COVID vaccines, is a question a lot of people have had serious concerns about, and I feel like, at least at this point, the administration is doing everything they can to restore confidence in the CDC and ensure that the information that people in this country are receiving is based on science. And I think that's what I expect out of the Secretary and his team, and I think my colleagues, I let them speak for themselves, but I think they do as well. One more. Yeah.
Have you received a substantive offer from Democrats on what they want? And given the inevitability of some sort of CR, do you want it to go through later this year, maybe November or December, or into next year?
Well, we have not received an offer from the Democrats. The answer to that is no. But we have a very narrow window here in which to do this, and I'm hoping that we can get to work on a CR to fund the government in the foreseeable future. What that date is, we hear November from the House. The White House seems to be trending in that direction. But we're going to need a continuing resolution that enables us, gives us the time that we need to continue and hopefully finish the appropriations process. I've maintained all along, as you all know, that the best way to fund the government is through regular order, and that's through passing appropriations bills. That's not something the Democrats did when they had the majority, but it's something that we intend to do. But it's going to need a little bit more time, obviously, because with the window closing now between now and September 30th, we will need a short-term continuing resolution. And how long that goes for, what anomalies it might carry, are all things that can be negotiated, but the direct answer to your question is we haven't received an offer yet from the Democrats related to that. Thank you.
Pressure stations, do you have plans to bring up the floor?
Mr. Moreno, aye. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Cruz. Aye. Mr. Thune, aye. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Durbin, no. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Ms. Klobuchar, Ms. Klobuchar, no.
The yeas are 53, the nays are 44. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination.
Nomination, the judiciary, Kyle Christopher Dudek of Florida to be United States District Judge for the Middle District of Florida.